morning, Mr. Shaskalson.
Morning, Chair.
May I ask you to please place yourself on record?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sandy Duplessis. I'm an attorney from the Court de Duplessis Attorneys, and I represent Mr. Mike van Wyk.
Good morning, Ms. Duplessis. Thank you. Yes, who must I look at? Is it the applicant or Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, there is an application for a postponement. I understand it's going to be supplemented with additional facts relating to the health of Mr. van Wyk. I haven't seen any further affidavit. I don't know if there is one yet.
Commissioners, if I may just clarify the position. An application for postponement was launched on Saturday before 11 o'clock, as was agreed between the parties. There's going to be a little bit of a dispute there too. The opposing affidavit there too was filed, and also a reply there too. I've compiled a comprehensive bundle, indexed and paginated as well. Subsequent to that, yesterday, when consulting with Mr. van Wyk, he suffered yet again from severe panic attacks. Now, earlier this week, he saw a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Arnold Lawrence.
Earlier when? I'm sorry? Earlier?
Sorry?
You said earlier when?
Earlier, the first consultation, let me get my letter here, was on the 17th of June.
Oh, all right, yes.
If I may just place the history quickly in context without wasting any time. So Dr. Lawrence consulted with him, and subsequently thereto as well, placed him on medication, which he had to change, and he did change in terms of his letter as well. And he, yesterday, when I finally spoke to the psychiatrist, Dr. Lawrence, he said to me the patient needs to be admitted to the psychiatric unit at Jacaranda Hospital, which has a separate psychiatric unit. So I phoned my colleague immediately to alert her in terms thereof, and said that obviously a medical certificate will be provided, but beyond that, I also prepared a further affidavit from Dr. Lawrence himself. That was now last night, which I am waiting for at the moment. The contents of the affidavit was canvassed with the doctor, but I'm waiting for it to be signed and commissioned at the Camille Drift police station, where my assistant is currently. I have provided a copy of the letter. It's not a medical certificate, as we know, just to say it's a medical illness. It's a letter, but the affidavit sets out what has been done and what is the position. So I must apologize to the Commission that it is late, but at the moment I got aware of it, and also bearing in mind it was Father's Day yesterday, also for the specialist. I got hold of him and the affidavit was prepared. So I apologize for that delay, but I can confirm that we did everything in our power to have it here as soon as possible.
Do you have any idea by when this will be received, the affidavit.
Chairperson, yes, I've just contacted my assistant. If I may just have a look on my telephone, because I did ask her how far they are. 2 minutes ago, she said to me they are busy signing and commissioning the affidavit now at the Camille Drift Police Station. Yes, that was 9:33, so it was exactly 2 minutes ago.
If it was being commissioned, then it should come through any time now.
It should come through. Unfortunately, Camille Drift is about, I think, 25 minutes.
No, it may be emailed if that's practical.
Yes.
That's the best, rather than waiting for someone who's going to drive. If it's commissioned, just something emailed to us should do.
They obviously don't have scanning facilities, therefore I asked my assistants in the absence
smartphones these days
to take photographs
scan.
and to.
In fact, actually do scan.
Yes, but they do scan quite correctly so. But I asked my assistants, please take photographs immediately thereof and send it to me. I've also conveyed that to the attorney as well, in order to save time.
Yeah, let's rather do that than wait for someone who's going to drive. Anything else, Ms. du Plessis?
I don't know if there's anything further. I understood that we would have a conversation this morning early, as there were more WhatsApp documentation that is supposed to be ready, but I don't know from Mr. Chaskelson.
I'll hear from Mr. Chaskelson in just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chaskelson.
Chair, I think in the circumstances, probably best to wait for the medical affidavit to arrive. Just for the record, our position will be is, obviously, if Mr. van Wyk is not medically fit to appear, then we're not going to insist that he appears today, if that's what the affidavit confirms. But we have a very real problem in that we have 30 days of evidence left. And if we lose today, that's 1 out of 30 days that we will have lost. And so what we will propose, if Mr. van Wyk is medically unfit to testify today, is that his appearance gets postponed to another date, but we use the day to put before the Commission the real evidence that we would want to question him on, WhatsApp chats, videos, and the like, so that that evidence can go into the record today, and that Mr. van Wyk then, when he is well enough to return, can come back to answer very specific questions on it. And that way we will use today and save a great deal of the time that we would otherwise have to use when Mr. van Wyk returns.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson. Perhaps respond to that when the proposal, when we already have that affidavit as well. Yes.
Chairperson, I have it on a photograph here, but I agree with Mr. Chaskelson. It would be prudent to have the entire document with us. May I just add that from the outset and in the affidavit itself, and especially the attorney's annexure marked MW3 to the answering affidavit, Mr. van Wyk has been a cooperative witness, and it flows from the chronology of events that when there was a request, acknowledgement of receipt was sent by my office. It just in the past week there were a number of events that took place.
Just quickly tell me what the nature of this annexure you're referring to, or the chronology. Oh, all right.
The chronology is set out on page, I think it is 68.
Starts at 12, does it?
Well,
You've already paginated, that's why it's 68 on yours. We don't have your paginated set.
correctly so. I have them here ready, and my colleague said to me that we will have to come in. If I may just find the relevant page.
Maybe if I
Perhaps
can-
let's just adjourn. We'll
If I
come
may
back
just
once
get my
once copies of everything have been prepared, and when we come back, you may continue on the point you are addressing now. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Again,
Yes, Mr. Chaskelson?
Chair, we've now seen the affidavit of Mr. Van Wyk's psychiatrist, and we accept that he is not in a medical state to testify today. But we have reached an agreement on how to proceed, subject to the, obviously, to the agreement of the Commission. What the proposal is that we will use today for me to take the Commission through the evidence bundle so that the inferences that we seek to draw and the evidence that we are concerned about is clear. Mr. Van Wyk will then, if he wants to file a supplementary affidavit in the light of today's proceedings to clarify anything, will do so when he's able to do so, but with a deadline of 6 July. And if, having seen his supplementary affidavit, we want to subpoena him for further questioning on very specific issues that may arise following that supplementary affidavit, we will do so, but we'll do so on 7 days' notice, on at least 7 days' notice. And hopefully that way we can confine any oral evidence of Mr. Van Wyk to a relatively short period, and we'll be able to fit it into our schedule at some stage after 13 July. Chair, we have a draft. Can I hand it up?
Do you confirm the agreement, Mr. Plessy?
Commissioners, yes, I do.
Thank you. I make the following ruling. The appearance of Mr. Van Wyk is postponed sine die. That's 1. 2, the evidence leaders will address the commissioners on the documents contained in the evidence bundle for Mr. Van Wyk and the statement bundle for Mr. Van Wyk and the voice and video files contained therein. If Mr. Van Wyk wishes to file a supplementary affidavit to clarify any of the material on which the evidence leaders have addressed the Commission, he will do so on or before 6 July 2026. If the evidence leaders want to recall Mr. Van Wyk for questioning on any issues after considering his supplementary affidavit, they will give him at least a week's notice in any subpoena they serve on him. This ruling is by agreement.
Thank you, Chair. If I can then start taking the Commission through the evidence, and maybe at the outset, let me clarify that you can put the postponement file away for now, and there should be 3 more files. A short file of the statement of Mr. van Wyk, and then 2 volumes of an evidence bundle. The first will run to page 419, and the second will run to page 888.
Ms. du Plessis, I assume that since this is about your client, you may wish to stay, or not?
Commissioners, thank you very much. I wish to stay.
Thank you.
And sorry, Chair, I should place this on record, but although it's not part of the ruling, we've undertaken to provide Ms. du Plessis with a transcript of today's proceedings by close of business tomorrow, so that she has it to take her client through. Chair, then some clarificatory points at the start. The first is that we have undertaken in our discussions with Mr. van Wyk not at this period to deal with the, in fact, not to deal with the SAP's Medicare Tshwane district contract. We understand that Mr. van Wyk is preparing a detailed statement relating to that contract, and it will be made available to us. And we hope to get it by the end of this week. But I won't be touching on it at all today. Then there are a number of companies that will feature in what I will touch on today, and I should just clarify who they are. The first company is Medicare 24 Holdings. That is Mr. van Wyk's company. It is to be distinguished between Medicare 24 Tshwane district, which is Mr. Matlala's company, which is a franchisee of Medicare 24 Holdings. Then there is a company called Anubis, A-N-U-B-I-S, Protection Services. That is a security company of which Mr. van Wyk is a director, and we understand him to be the key player of that company. Then there is also CAT VIP Protection, which is the security company of Mr. Matlala that we have encountered previously. There is one further point of clarification I want to make before I begin, which is that there are 2 sets of WhatsApp chats that are included in the evidence bundle. The first is the chats extracted from Mr. Matlala's phone, the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. van Wyk. They start at page 1 of the evidence bundle. And the timestamps on those chats are correct South African times. The software setting extracted those chats with South African times. There is a second set of chats which run from page 559 in volume 2 of the evidence bundle. Those are the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi of the EMPD. Now, on those chats, unfortunately, the chats were extracted using UTC, which is that 2 hours time difference between South African time.
And you say these are from whose phone? From Mr. van Wyk's?
From Mr. van Wyk's phone, and their chats with Mr. Mkhwanazi. Now, The time difference is not an issue, save in one narrow respect that we will address later. But just, I should clarify up front that, when it says 7:15 in the morning, the South African time was 9:15 in the morning. For those chats, not for the Madlanga chats. Then I think the best way to start is with the Regulation 10.6 notice that was served on Mr. Van Wyk last year in October, and to which he responded in an affidavit on the 2nd of December. And because we are not, much of that, much of what was included in that notice addressed the SAPS Medicare contract, and because we're not going to be dealing with it today, I should highlight the parts of that notice and the statement which we will be dealing with. And if I can ask you then to start at page 22 of the statement bundle. And the questions that were asked of Mr. Van Wyk relating to chats with Mr. Madlanga that we will be dealing with today are the questions that are at 3.1, 3.2, 3.5, and 3.6. And if I can take them sequentially, Mr. Van Wyk was asked to address an exchange of messages between himself and Mr. Madlanga on 7 February 2025, and the relevant chats in that regard start at page 152 of volume 1 of the evidence bundle. And there you'll see at the foot of page 152 that on the 7th of February, Mr. Madlanga forwarded to Mr. Van Wyk one of these sort of news reports that I think we've seen in several other chats already. And the headline is Breaking News, NPA ID Guns for National Police Rogue Unit. And in capitals, the NPA Investigative Directorate ID raids National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola and National Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Kumalo officers after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament's Police Portfolio Committee. Now, we've seen that report before. I don't want to dwell on it, but what I do want to dwell on is the exchanges that follow. So if we go down to page 153, you'll see that Mr. Van Wyk's response to that report was not good. And Mr. Madlanga then corrected him and said, it's actually good. My person is going to be a national commissioner now. And Mr. Van Wyk responded, I remembered you told me something like that. So in the face of the report about the troubles of General Masemola and Lieutenant General Kumalo, Mr. Madlanga thought that his person was going to be a national commissioner now. Now, Mr. Van Wyk did address this in his statement, and we see his response at page 8 of his statement. And on page 8, paragraph 4.2, he says, regarding the WhatsApp communications from Mr. Vusi Madlanga regarding the articles in the National Commissioner, I made it clear that I've never been introduced to high-ranking police officials and that Mr. Vusi Madlanga never introduced me to any high-ranking SAPS official. Mr. Vusi Matlala made it clear on numerous occasions that he had contact with high-ranking officials, but he never mentioned their names. And I was never involved in any meetings except operational meetings or discussions with any of them, apart from Brian, as explained here above, and that relates to something involving the Medicare 24 SABC contract, which we're not addressing. So his version was that Mr. Matlala made it clear that he had connections with high-ranking SABC officials, but he never said who they were. So he wasn't in a position to, by inference, he wasn't in a position to know who Mr. Matlala was referring to when he said, my person will be National Commissioner. There was a second chat on that day, which Mr. Van Wyk addressed, and that was the chat at 1936 on 7 February, page 153. And there, Mr. Van Wyk said to Mr. Matlala, so it was George that set up the sting with the Hawks. And he explained what that chat related to at page 7 of his statement. Where he said, the WhatsApp communication marked, the 4.9 is refers to the annexure to the bundle, but it's this WhatsApp communication. The WhatsApp communication does not relate to the SABC contract in as far as I know. I have had previous business relations with George van der Merwe, which related to close protection services, which was not a constructive business relationship and which I terminated. So he is identifying George, who set up the sting with the Hawks, as George van der Merwe. Now, Mr. van der Merwe was the general manager of the Optimum coal mine that was run by the Gupta family. And if we go to CJC 302, there is a video that we should play, and we have it flighted now.
Is that CJC?
CJC 302.
The video is there.
The video is CJC 302, where Mr. Van Wyk appears to be introducing Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi to George.
Ekurhuleni. He's the head of the EMPD on this side. Hi George, just a quick video. I want to introduce you to General Julius from Ekurhuleni. He's the head of the EMPD on this side. I think this is a person I would love to introduce you so you can have a one-on-one with him so that your transport problems can be sorted out. He also have all the contacts for Tshwane in JMPD due to his rank and everything. So yeah, I would just like to introduce you to Julius, and then we all can get together and you guys can talk, and it's a good connection to have.
And we would be interested to know what the introduction of George van der Merwe to Julius Mkhwanazi was designed to achieve.
And what evidentiary material do we have on the company that you said was what? Belonged to the Guptas, but you need only answer to that if it's relevant to everything else.
Yes. This is after the Guptas had left the country. Okay, these events take place after the Guptas leave the country. Mr. Van der Merwe is, is best known for his role as general manager of the Optimum coal mine, which was the mine that the purchase of which was the subject matter of the Public Protector report back in 2016.
All right, thank you.
It's a matter of public record, but we do, obviously, for one thing, we have the Public Protector's report from 2016.
Thank you.
The next chat that we raised with Mr. Van Wyk is at page 22 of the statement bundle, which refers under 3.2 to an exchange of messages on the 25th of February. And that exchange is to be found at page 195, at the foot of 195 of the bundle. And again, it starts with a video which we should play. And the video is a video that Mr. Van Wyk plays to Mr. Matlala, sends to Mr. Matlala. That video of a man wounded inside a car riddled with bullet holes was sent by Mr. Van Wyk at 13:07 on 25 February. And it is preceded, if we go to page 195, by two messages from Mr. Van Wyk. The first is at the foot of 195. This guy also had an issue with George. This guy's name is Max from Today Destiny. And we've established that the video is a video of a man named Maxwell Mlangeni, who was the owner of a company, who is the owner, he survived that gun assault. He's the owner of a company called Today's Destiny Logistics. What followed in the exchange is, if we go down to page 196, Mr. Van Wyk said, "Do you know what is his surname maybe?" And Mr. Matlala said, "Moyo." Mr. Van Wyk said, "Thanks." And there was then a photograph. And the photograph, and underneath the photograph, Mr. Matlala said, "Temba Moyo." The photograph we've actually identified as the photograph of a man called Mr. Thomas Moyo. He is the general manager of Today Destiny Logistics. He's not the person who was shot, who was the owner of Today Destiny Logistics, who was Mr. Maxwell Mlangeni. And the shooting took place on the Bethel Road south of Emalahleni, relatively close to the Optimum coal mine. And then we see at page, we see at the start of the chats that Mr. Van Wyk said this guy also had an issue with George. Mr. Van Wyk was asked to address those chats, and he did so at page, I've now lost my reference. He did so at page 8 of his at the foot of page 9 of his statement, paragraph 6.2, and his response on pages 9 and 10 was, the WhatsApp communication from 19 to 23 mainly relates to a photograph of a person I was informed by Mr. Madlanga as Mr. Temba Moyo, who was shot. I'm also involved in the private security industry, and as such, as part of many WhatsApp groups relating to this industry, this photograph was circulated on one of them. I do not remember which one. It's for that reason I sent it on to Mr. Madlanga. We emphasize the person who was shot wasn't Mr. Moyo, it was Mr. Maxwell Mlangeni, and he was described by Mr. Van Wyk as Max from Today's Destiny. We would like to question further if the occasion arises.
Assuming you would also want to question him on what he meant by the guy also had issue with George.
Indeed, we would. Then the next set of issues on which we asked Mr. Van Wyk to respond are the issues at paragraph 3.5. They were issues which we thought related to cash transactions and were reflected in WhatsApp communications between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Madlanga. The one that I would emphasize for present purposes is 3.5.2, which is a chat on the 24th of March, which is at pages 334. It starts at the foot of 334, goes on to 335.
Mr. Chairperson?
Of Evidence Bundle Volume 1.
Yeah, if I may just ask, you skipped 3.3 and 3.4 of that list of chats. Is it because it covers the topic?
It relates to the contract.
Okay, thank you. Number?
334. And if you can display it. And the picture is mainly at page 335. And there you'll see that Mr. Van Wyk WhatsApps to Mr. Madlanga a photograph of a bag of cash, 200 Rand notes bound up with rubber bands. His explanation for that picture is at page 16 of his statement bundle, paragraph 6.19. Where he says, the money bag contained in this photograph is cash monies that I won at a casino. And one can see from the casino bag that this is a typical casino bag. And the notes are also tied in a particular way, which is only done by casinos. I can make my records available that I have indeed won approximately 200,000 shortly before. And then he says, I never sent Mr. Matlala photographs of any monies that I won at a casino. Which, again, is odd, because I think he's suggesting that this section of the WhatsApps is tampered, even though it accurately reflects a photograph of money that he won at a casino shortly before the message says it was sent. We then come to one of the more important chats, and this one requires a fair amount of contextualization, because what the evidence leaders will be submitting in this regard is it is evidence of Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk involved in the dealing in cocaine, in cocaine. The starting point is at page 378. Sorry, well, let's start. Mr. Van Wyk at 3.6 of his notice was asked to address the exchange of messages on 6 April 2025 from 10:25 to 10:48. And if we go to those messages, the starting point is a video that appears at the foot of 377 and the top of page 378, and we need to play that video.
Let's talk. Mind matatu nifike nisendela vanhu va mina na so vana vona hi swona leswi na one Lee 9 something 970 one more. So yes, the total. The count. Yes. Yeah, it's stupid.
Now, if we go back to page 378, we'll see that that video was sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Van Wyk. I should at this stage just record, although I will address it in more detail later, that Mr. Van Wyk disputes receiving this video. But the chats reflect that it was sent from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Van Wyk at 10:25 on the 6th of April. At 10:26, Mr. Matlala sent Mr. Van Wyk a message saying, "Get me a good price." And at 10:31, Mr. Matlala, Mr. Van Wyk replied with a voice note, which we will play now. You're having a problem with the voice note, it's quite important. So
we'll go in at 2:50. We'll go in at 2:50.
We've listened to it several times. It says we'll go in at 2:50.
Do we know whose voice that is?
We don't know for certain whose voice that is. We would like to ask Mr. Van Wyk whose voice that is, and in particular whether it's his.
Mr. Chairperson, you say Mr. Van Wyk disputes receiving that video.
Yes.
Where does he do that in his statement? Where do we find that?
He does it in his statement at page 17, paragraph 6. Where he says, once again, I received the video recording from the inquiries I made to the Commission and confirm that I never received this WhatsApp video on my cell phone.
Thank you.
But to go back to the sequence, we see back on page 378, after that voice note, at 10:36, there is an audio call from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Van Wyk. And then at 10:48, Mr. Van Wyk forwards to Mr. Matlala what appears to be a message sent to him by a third party. Mike, we're ready to take tomorrow afternoon, as got important engagement in the morning 1. Wednesday we can take 2 again. We understand that video to be referring that note to be a message sent to Mr. Van Wyk referring to the bricks of cocaine that were being weighed out on the video. We'll get to why we say it's cocaine shortly. And Mr. Van Wyk forwards that note to Mr. Matlala at 10:48, and then there is a voice call at 10:49.
Just for the record, why do you say this appears to be a forwarded message?
No, that we can show that it's a forwarded message, because on the extraction report of Mr. Matlala's phone will show that that message is forwarded.
Thank you.
To understand the full chronology, one needs to look at Mr. Matlala's chats with a third party who for now will remain nameless. And those chats are reproduced from page 542. And why we knew to look at these chats is that we found the same voice note saying we'll go in at 2:50, the identical file in these chats. Those chats start earlier than the chats between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, and they start with a call on the 6th of April, the same day, at 7:48 in the morning. Following the call, there is a deleted message at 7:49. We've established that that deleted message was the video that we see in the chats between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, and we've established that from the third party. At 7:50, there is another call. At 7:52, there is another call. Then the third party sends Mr. Matlala a screenshot of the third party's exchanges with some other people. And those exchanges start with 100% at the top, or 100 at the top at 9:07 in the morning. Then the fourth party, we shall call him or her, says, "Are you winning?" The third party says, "I'm waiting for him to come back, but he said 350K, it's too much." The fourth party says 300. At 9:25, Mr. Matlala says to the third party, "Okay, I'm also getting good price, so you can make profit." The third party sends a thank you emoji. And at 10:22, Mr. Matlala says, "How many bricks you have?" There's then a call at 10:32. But to go back to the chronology, before we get to the call at 10:32, the video to Mr. Van Wyk is sent at 10:25. So after Mr. Matlala says to the third party, "How many bricks you have?" he sends the video to Mr. Van Wyk at 10:25. And if we can just play that video again. There is something on that video that I want to draw attention to. Can you stop and say 10 seconds? Stop at 10 seconds. That's good. So it's evident throughout the video, but these bricks actually are branded. They say Prestige on them, and they have a crown symbol on them. And we asked the SAPS if they were aware of any narcotics that are branded in this fashion. And we received an information note from Brigadier Allen, who is the section head of chemistry in the SAPS, and that information note appears at page 752. And if we go to 752, we'll see the information note. It explains the background, and it is signed by Brigadier J. Allen, Section Head Chemistry at 758. For present purposes, we would ask the Commission to focus on the information note from paragraph 3.25. And there Brigadier Allen says, he explains that the images were sent to his department originally, through SAP's head office, having received them from the Commission and what the Commission's inquiry was. And then at 3.25 he says, following the circulation of the images in the video to all the SAP's forensic science laboratories that perform drug analysis, feedback was received that such blocks with the indicated logo or imprint as depicted in the above included image from the video have indeed been received by the forensic science laboratory. The following drug-related case lab and the lab number and Boyson's case number is noticeable. Exhibit material in this case has been received for analysis by the Forensic Science Laboratory on 21 July 2025, and the analysis process has been concluded. Over the page, 3.32, in the specific case, 2 evidence sealing bags with seal numbers the numbers are given, were received together containing 6 blocks with a total weight of about 6 kilograms, each block weighing approximately 1 kilograms. Our video showed 5 blocks, each showing approximately 1 kilogram. The blocks were tested by Forensic Science Laboratory and have tested positive for cocaine. Of the 6 blocks, 3 blocks had the Prestige imprint as in the video, and the other 3 blocks did not have the same imprint. The following are relevant images of the blocks that were received in the specific case, with the imprint clearly similar to the imprint on the blocks in the video material. Photos 3, 4, and 6, and then over the page on photo 3, one can see the block is now fragmented, but one can see the same crown symbol and the same Prestige imprint on it. And then again, there is, if one goes down to page 757 at photo 6, one sees the crown symbol and the Prestige stamp on it. So we would submit to the Commission that although this is, although that may not be the case in a criminal trial, for the purposes of the Commission's conclusions, the Commission can, in the absence of any other evidence, conclude that what the video is describing is 1 kilogram bricks, 5 1 kilogram bricks of cocaine being weighed out. If we go back to the sequence, we will remember that at 10, the start of the communications between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala is at 10:25 with the video, followed by Mr. Matlala saying, "Get me a good price," at 10:26. Then there was the voice note from Mr. Van Wyk to Mr. Matlala saying, the voice note sent by Mr. Van Wyk to Mr. Matlala saying, "We'll go in at 2:50. That was at 10:31. If we then go back to the chats with the third party, page 543, at 10:34, foot of page 543, at 10:34, Mr. Matlala sends a screenshot to the third party of Mr. Matlala's WhatsApps with someone who is saved on his phone as Bishop. And again, for now, Bishop will remain nameless. And what the screenshot shows is that at 9:11, Bishop sent to Mr. Matlala a screenshot from his phone of Bishop's communications with Tando, Mario, Chino, Finest Group LDA, and someone whose symbol on Bishop's phone was a T. Then Bishop responded at 10:27 to Mr. Matlala, or forwarded a message to Mr. Matlala at 10:27 saying, "It's all over now, my brother, price is very down, they don't want our prices." At 10:28, Mr. Matlala had a voice call to Bishop. That screenshot was sent at 10:34. And immediately after that screenshot, Mr. Matlala forwards a voice note to the third party. And if we can play that voice note.
we'll go in at 2:50.
So he has forwarded to the third party the voice note that Mr. Van Wyk sent to him a few minutes earlier saying we'll go in at 2:50. The sequence continues at 10:34 and at 10:35. There are calls between Mr. Matlala and the third party that we see at 5:45. If we go back then to page 378, we see a minute after those calls at 10:36, Mr. Matlala calls Mr. Van Wyk. And at 10:48, Mr. Van Wyk forwards to Mr. Matlala, Mike, we're ready to take tomorrow afternoon, has got important engagement in the morning. Wednesday we can take 2 again. And at 10:49, Mr. Van Wyk calls Mr. Matlala. If we go back in the sequence to the third party chats at page 545, the next stage is a voice call from the third party at 11 o'clock, a voice call back from Mr. Matlala at 11:33, a message from the third party saying, we can only do 350K because my cost is 300K. The 250K worth stock, it's the cheaper one. We do have it as well, but this one, the 350K, it's 100% pure. And that is the end of the sequence. Mr. Van Wyk's response, we've already touched on. It's at page 17 of his witness statement where he says, once again, I received the video recording from the inquiries I made to the Commission and confirmed that I never received this WhatsApp video on my cell phone. We do not accept that answer, and the reasons why we do not accept this answer are the following. As I have confirmed, we have tracked down the third party. We interviewed the third party, took a statement from the third party, and the third party admits that he sent the video to Mr. Matlala. He also admits that the WhatsApps that were exchanged by Mr. Matlala and him that we have taken the Commission to are authentic, and he has given us a record of the same WhatsApps on his phone. Included in those WhatsApps are the voice notes saying we'll go in at 2:50. So if Mr. Van Wyk did not receive the video and send the voice note, someone else would have had to plant the video and the voice note into a WhatsApp chat between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, because we know that the video and the voice note are authentic, at least insofar as they appear on the third party's WhatsApps. Now, to plant that video into the WhatsApps of Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, we are informed, would probably be technically impossible, because the chats between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala were extracted from an image of Mr. Matlala's iPhone 16, and we are informed that it's not possible to plant a message or a media file into a WhatsApp chat record on an Apple iPhone 16 without leaving a trace that that the file of the whole WhatsApps was amended at a date after the, at a later date when the planting would have taken place. But leaving aside the technical problems and the potential, what we are told is a technical impossibility, we submit that there is a factual impossibility as well. Because as we saw, well, I didn't highlight it at the time, but if we go back to the third-party chats at page 545, sorry, not 544, 542. The video that was sent by the third party was deleted for everyone by the third party. That video is what was once at the chat at 7:49:59. This message was deleted, it now says. And on WhatsApp, when you delete for everyone, that is what will remain after you have deleted for everyone.
It was deleted by the third party
Yes.
for everybody.
Yes. And, I mean, it would be a logical thing to do at the end of your exchanges in what is, well, what appears to be a cocaine sale. The third party, of course, didn't realize that Mr. Van Wyk had forwarded the message, Mr. Matlala had forwarded the video on to Mr. Van Wyk, and he couldn't delete a video that Mr. Matlala had forwarded further. But for present purposes, what's significant is that there was no trace of the video on the chats between Mr. Matlala and the third party. And indeed, there is no trace of the video anywhere on the phone other than in the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk. So if one has to postulate a notional tamperer who wants to frame Mr. Van Wyk and or Mr. Matlala, they would have had no access to a video to plant, because the only place on the phone where the video appears is in the chats between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala. What the denial postulates and the thesis of a tamperer postulates is that there was this phone sitting somewhere, this video sitting somewhere on the phone, which could then have been extracted and planted in the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk. But the only place that the video was in those chats. And the authenticity of the video is confirmed by the person who originally sent it to Mr. Van Wyk, to Mr. Matlala, but who subsequently deleted it. So we know the video is real. We know that the voice note saying we will go in at 2:50 is real. And it would have been impossible for a third-party tamperer to plant that real video in the chats of Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, because that third party, that notional tamperer wouldn't have had access to the video anywhere else on the phone. There's no sign of the video anywhere else on the phone.
Besides this issue of where the video would have been taken from in order to plant it, besides that, are we going to get technical or expert evidence on the impossibility of planting?
Mr. Skelton, still on the cocaine issue, I see that the report from FSL references a Boyson's case number. We know that the Ayrton case, the Boyson's case number was 2021. This one is 2025, and it can be the inquiry relating to the loss of the 136 kgs. It's completely different.
It is completely different. It
now,
involves...
Is this another case of cocaine having been lost while in police custody, or we don't have that
No,
situation?
no.
here?
This is the case involving some suspects, some Brazilian suspects who, on the basis of intelligence, were raided and were found in possession of cocaine.
So some of it was recovered by the police?
No, this is not, we have no way of linking the Eriton cocaine to this cocaine.
That I get, yeah.
We're not suggesting that what is being weighed out on that scale came from Eriton.
But what they were able to establish was that FSL has in its possession bricks of cocaine that have the similar logo as the one that was being weighed in this video that we are discussing.
Correct, yes.
Now, what's the connection between those two? The one that is at FSL and the one that we see in the video, other than the logo?
We have no connection other than the logo.
Just Cousin, you may have said it earlier and I may have missed it. The third party, because you are giving an account from your engagements with the third party, should we assume that there will be a statement or something from that third party?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
There is, in fact, a sworn statement from the third party.
Thank you.
Chair, we've run to 11:25. I'm not sure how you would like to structure breaks today in the absence of a witness.
Let's come back at 12 at midday. Let's adjourn and resume at midday. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Chair, we're going to move to a different set of chats now, which are the chats between Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Mkhwanazi. And that sequence starts for our purposes on page 584 of file 2. And in this, yes, the first file we're not going to return to for quite a while.
You said 582.
584.
584, thank you.
The foot of page 583, in fact. And in this file, there are a lot of exchanges on voice note, so it will have to move quite slowly through the voice notes because they're significant. If we see on page 58, the foot of 583, we see that at 11:26 p.m. on the 8th of October 2021, Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi sends to Mr. Van Wyk a letter from Ekurhuleni reflecting a meeting to be held on the 12th of October. And the meeting is, according to the letter, is said to be a proposed meeting with Medicross. Mr. Van Wyk responds to that WhatsApp on page 585 the next morning. It looks like it's at 5 a.m. or 4:59 a.m., but remember these times are 2 hours out, so it's actually 6:59. He sends a voice note, and can we just play that voice note? Sorry, before we get to the voice note, if we can see underneath the letter calling for a meeting, Mr. Mkhwanazi has said, "Good morning, we're visiting your offices on 12 October, we are winning." And he says, "with the chief." And the chief is going to be a reference to Chief Mapieya, who at that stage is believed to be someone whose approval is going to be necessary for what Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Mkhwanazi are planning. The voice note sent back by Mr. Van Wyk is sent at 6:59, message time 4:59, and it's
So we don't only just respond to medical emergencies, we can respond to riots, anything. We're on the scene if something happens. We can help with crime combating, drug bust, because we know.
Sorry, Chair, the volume only came on halfway through, so we're going back to the beginning.
Yes, it's not Medicross, it's Medicare 24. So letter's wrong. Do you think we're going to win with him? Because I don't know if we're going to win with him if he will allow us what we want to do. Remember, our aim is to be a specialized unit for you guys, to work with you guys. So we don't only just respond to medical emergencies, we can respond to riots, anything. We're on the scene if something happens. We can help with crime combating, drug bust, because we know all the drugs, a lot of stuff we want to do. So yeah, I just hope we win with him.
So Mr. Van Wyk is talking about setting up a specialized unit that will not just be medical response, it will also be crime, security, drug busts.
You don't have the exact wording somewhere there. I had.
We haven't transcribed these
Okay.
voice notes. Hopefully they'll come out in the transcription
Yes,
accurately.
yes.
We can get them transcribed.
No. So as not to. Maybe we should just go ahead. I just had difficulty following everything. Maybe it's just me.
On a lot of
Maybe when the transcript comes out, we should just check if they have been able to capture everything.
yes, we certainly
Thank
will.
you. Thank you.
And Chair, for a lot of these voice notes, what we've found is that it sometimes helps to play them twice, because you hear the voice note once, and then when you know what it's about, when you hear it the second time, so certainly for the longer ones.
Yes.
So can I suggest that we replay that? Because
Please.
it is quite an important introductory
Please,
note.
thank you.
Mr. Jasperson, can you just confirm the green bar, we can see that it's Mr. Van Wyk, Mike. The white bar, have we confirmed that it is Mr. Mkhwanazi?
We have, yes.
Julius, it's not Medicross, it's Medicare 24. So letter's wrong. Do you think we're going to win with him? Because I don't know if we're going to win with him if he will allow us what we want to do. Remember, our aim is to be a specialized unit for you guys, to work with you guys. So we don't only just respond to medical emergencies, we can respond to riots, anything. We're on the scene if something happens, we can help with crime combating, drug bust, because we know all the drugs, a lot of stuff we want to do. So, yeah, I just hope we win with him.
So if there are three things that I took from that voice note, the first was that the letter was addressed to the wrong company. It should be Medicare, not Medicross. The second is there was a concern about whether we were going to win with him, which is Chief Mapieya. And the third was that what Mr. Van Wyk had in mind was much broader than medical response. It was a specialized unit that was going to be dealing, in addition to medical, with crime response, drug busts. Mr. Mkhwanazi responds immediately in the next chat, which has the message time 5:03, which is 7:03. And if we can play that.
I agree with you. Good morning. I agree with you 100%. But for now, let us formalize with him, just to meet with him, so that he may feel that he's part of the process. But with him, we are not going to disclose everything. We'll discuss when I'm there. I'll be around you around 9:30 to 10 o'clock.
So Mr. Mkhwanazi is expressing agreement and saying we need to make Chief Mapieya feel like he's part of the process, but we won't disclose everything to him now. The next stage in this process starts at the foot of page 585, where we see a screenshot is sent by Mr. Mkhwanazi to Mr. Van Wyk at message time 6:05 on the 12th of October, and it's a screenshot of his exchanges with Chief Mapieya, and at the foot of the screenshot, towards the bottom of...
Are you skipping the other, I don't know if it's a voice note, are you skipping that one deliberately?
Yes, to sort of simplify the narrative,
All right.
I've edited out. There's a lot that is more of the same,
All
but
right.
in the interest of speeding up the process, I'm just pulling out highlights. Of course, I mean, Mr. Van Wyk will see the transcript of today's session, and if he's of the view that there were important pieces that I missed,
Okay.
and that cast a different light on things, he'll draw that to our attention. So at the foot of that screenshot, Mr. Mkhonazi, who is green, says to Chief Mapieya, "Good morning, Chief. At what time can we confirm our meeting today at Boksburg? We've only confirmed a day, but not times." That's the meeting with Medicross. And the response is, "I will come back to you, just waiting for Lizo." And underneath the screenshot, Mr. Mkhonazi has said, "Good morning, I hope you're doing well. I'm waiting for him to confirm the times." That was on the 12th of October. 2 days later, Mr. Mkhonazi forwards to Mr. Van Wyk a message that someone within EMPD has sent to him saying, "Afternoon, Director, please check your email. I've sent the first draft for the MOU between Medicare 24 and EMPD." So there's now work underway on an MOU. And in fact, the draft MOU that ultimately materializes is in the bundle at page 806. And there are several points that I would make in relation to this draft MOU. The first is, it's a highly advanced draft which is already signed by Mr. Mkhonazi, which we see at page 811. So he has signed to say he supports this MOU. The second point I'd make about the MOU is that this MOU is drafted as an MOU between EMPD and Medicare 24, not Medicare 24 Tshwane. It's Medicare 24 stroke Anubis Protection Services, and Anubis, you'll recall, was the security company associated with Mr. Van Wyk. So this is going to be the MOU with Mr. Van Wyk's entities, and there is a separate MOU that's been drafted for Mr. Matlala's entities. We see that at page 813, where there is a draft MOU for CAT VIP, and at 814, there is also Mr. Mkhonazi's signature on that one.
But Mr. Chaskelson, the one on 806, without mentioning whether it is Holdings or Tshwane, can a third party tell which Medicare 24 this is?
A third party can't, but it is represented by Mr. Van Wyk. Whereas if we look at 814, we see that the CAT VIP draft is represented by Mr. Matlala. It looks like there are two separate MOUs, one for Mr. Matlala's entities, one for Mr. Van Wyk's. But again, I mean, I accept that I may be wrong in this regard, but Mr. Van Wyk can set us straight. The important issue in relation to the content of the Medicare 24 MOU is if we go to 810, we are looking again at an MOU that will go beyond medical care support. So in paragraph 4 at 810, we see Medicare 24 stroke Anubis Protection Services can assist when needed. All members are registered with PSIRA and are issued firearms through our VIP protection unit that are owned by Medicare 24 Holdings. And the other key issue that will become important is the last bullet point of this draft of page 811, which says EMPD will assist with the registration of vehicles under EMPD as official vehicles, and we will be permitted to use blue and red lights to respond for and on behalf of EMPD. The cost of this will be for Medicare 24/Anubis. So what we see in these MOUs is what's going to loom, or what has already loomed large in the proceedings of the Commission. It's this process by which a private company is trying to put itself in a position to get blue lights and be part of the have access to vehicles which are part of the EMPD fleet. And a second process which hasn't fully been explored before the Commission yet, which is the attempt to set up some sort of specialized unit into which Mr. Matlala's entities and Mr. Van Wyk's entities will be able to participate, which will go beyond healthcare. It will involve, security services performed somehow in the name of EMPD or in association with EMPD. If we then go back to page 588, on the 21st of October, we see shortly after midnight a message from Mr. Van Wyk saying, from Mr. Mkhwanazi, message time 0034, so actual time would be 2 in the morning. Good morning, Mike. We've been working on the document MOU. I've sent it to you to peruse it. I may come with Jermaine so that you touch on issues you think must be included, so we proceed with it and other matters to be finalized. And then given the hour, Mr. Mkhwanazi says permission to sleep. 2 pages down on 590, on the 8th of November, Mr. Van Wyk sends to Mr. Mkhwanazi at message time 8:35, top of the page, a mock-up of a card that represents something of a joint venture between Anubis Protection, which is the security company, and EMPD. And it says high-risk close protection, specialized services for inquiries refer to EMPD Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi. So he is preparing cards that his members of this planned specialized unit will be able to hand out, and the contact point for anyone who wants to query them is Director Mkhwanazi. And he follows that message saying, do you think we can do this so long? Mr. Mkhwanazi says, please guide me. And he responds with a voice note, which we must now play, which is the voice note at message time 8:37.
Bless, morning, how you doing? Hope you had a lucky weekend. Yeah, just trying to get everything in place now and done, and if we can get somewhere. So this is cards that I see some of the metros are using for people that has a little bit of authority, but we need a letter still to authorize us to use it. It doesn't make us traffic officers. It just says that we work in conjunction with EMPD. I don't know, if you just want to put your mind maybe around it.
So Mr. Van Wyk is referring to the cards, and he's saying we also need a letter. And that letter is going to be a letter from the EMPD saying that these private people are working in association with the EMPD. If we go down to 596, we now start moving towards blue lights as part of this process. And it's the 26th of November, and at 16:52 message time, Mr. Van Wyk messages Mr. Mkonazi, and if we can play that message.
Hi, Julia. Sorry to bother you. I need to know something. I bought myself a new bakkie because my other bakkie is done now. So they are branding it for me and everything. Would I be able to put blue and red lights in? It will only be ready on Friday, but I don't want to drive with something and then I get arrested for impersonating a police officer. And then I need to register just on a fleet, and then just tell me the signs. Can we put EMPD at the back of the bakkie? Will you find out for me, please? I'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can we just play that again? Because again, it's an important note.
Hi, Julia. Sorry to bother you. I need to know something. I bought myself a new bakkie because my other bakkie is done now. So they are branding it for me and everything. Would I be able to put blue and red lights in? It will only be ready on Friday, but I don't want to drive with something and then I get arrested for impersonating a police officer. And then I need to register just on a fleet, and then just tell me the signs. Can we put EMPD at the back of the bakkie? Will you find out for me, please? I'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
So again, there are three key points here. Mr. Van Wyk wants to know if he will be entitled to put blue and red lights on his new bakkie. Now, the red lights are neither here nor there, because if it's for an emergency services vehicle, you're entitled to display red lights. And Medicare 24 was a registered emergency care provider. But the blue lights, you need some sort of police authority for. And he's saying to Mr. Mkonazi, can I put blue lights on? He's also talking about needing to sort something out with the fleet, which we understand to be having the vehicle registered on the EMPD fleet, which in turn will then justify the blue lights. And lastly, he wants to know if he can put EMPD branding on the vehicle. And bear in mind, this is his own bakkie that he has just purchased. The following day, page 597 at message time 17:32, he sends a follow-up voice note.
No, thanks, Julius. I'll appreciate it, because my partner is a little bit stressed that if they pull him over, my business partner, the one that's paying us. So he's hectic about the fleet story. But I hope you enjoy now your honeymoon this weekend, and that you guys have fun and enjoy Cape Town and drink a lot of wine. And then when you're back, you can make a turn so we can chat a little bit.
Mr. Van Wyk is again coming back in relation to authority for the blue lights, because his business partner, and this is not Mr. Matlala, this is somebody else, his business partner is anxious about driving around in a vehicle that might get him arrested. The process continues, and then still on page 597, on the 1st of December, Mr. Mkonazi sends a voice note at 14:26.
Mike, I've already instructed my team to deal with a policy. on what we'll be discussing on Friday.
So Mr. Mkhwanazi is saying, my team has been instructed to deal with the policy, and we understand that policy to be related to the issue of outsiders to the EMPD having their cars registered on the EMPD fleet and having blue lights.
Just can I just check this? In that voice note where Mr. Van Wyk says that my partner is conscientious that he doesn't drive and get arrested, and you say it's not Mr. Matlala, the partner that he's referring to.
Again, Mr. Van Wyk will clarify this, but I don't understand that to be Mr. Matlala. I think in the context of what we see elsewhere in the chats, and indeed in an interview that Mr. Mr. Van Wyk gave to ENCA, he was talking about a business partner in Medicare 24 Holdings, and possibly in Anubis, a man who later passed away shortly, well, not shortly thereafter, but at a later stage. It's not Mr. Matlala.
Okay, all right. No, I ask because I think how this was treated when Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, Commissioner Mkhwanazi testified, it may have been discussed with him on the basis that it is a reference to Mr. Matlala, the one who's paying us. And I think it was discussed in that way, and I just wanted to check whether you say it as a fact that it's not Mr. Matlala.
I can't say, again, it's something that Mr. Van Wyk can clarify. I believe it isn't Mr. Matlala, and certainly in the ENCA interview, which is a later exhibit as well,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wyk describes the person as not being Mr. Matlala, being somebody else.
Okay, thank you.
And I think for the record, it was put to Commissioner Mkhwanazi that it is Mr. Matlala, but he denied that it was Mr. Matlala and said he's a business partner. He was even prepared to write a note to us. So
We will clarify it. When we didn't have access to the full chat when Commissioner Mkhwanazi was being questioned on these issues.
But the clip was played, and he was asked on the very clip. So.
Yes, at that stage we had a selection of clips. We didn't have the full chat. I think in the context of the full chat, certainly I draw the inference that it's not Mr. Matlala. But again, Mr. Van Wyk knows who he was speaking about, and if it was if it was Mr. Matlala, he can say so. If it was a different business partner, he can say so. Now, there is a related process that runs through these chats. We're linked to the establishment of this specialized unit. Mr. Van Wyk and Commissioner Mkhwanazi are floating the idea of establishing a reserve force for the EMPD, which would then involve private individuals who are not EMPD employees being engaged by the EMPD in some sort of capacity, just like police reservists engage with the SAPS, although they are not SAPS members. And we had planned to, there were a couple of presentations that were put together by Mr. Van Wyk and that appear in YouTube clips that are linked in these chats. Up until about 4 or 5 days ago, the links still worked, but they've been taken down now. And I assume Mr. Van Wyk has access to the original clips that were put onto YouTube, and we can get them in due course, I have no doubt. But until I was preparing yesterday, I didn't realize that the links no longer worked. If you go to YouTube, You just get a page that says this video is no longer available. But what appears from those videos is a very developed proposal for the establishment of a EMPD reserve force, like the reserves that SAPS has. And the first sign that we have of that as an idea growing out of the special force idea appears at that message on the 2nd of December 2021 at the footer page 597 spilling over onto 598, where Commissioner Mkonazi says, "Good morning, Mike. We're starting with the project of reserve formation." And Mr. Van Wyk responds, "Please contact me so I know where we stand, and hopefully I'll be in charge of the reserves, LOL." Two days later, Mr. Van Wyk sends that mock-up on page 600, sends that mock-up of the specialized services JV between Anubis and EMPD through to Commissioner Mkonazi again. And in response to that, Commissioner Mkonazi sends him a message saying, "Good morning, Mike. Kindly prepare Twabe. Twabe will be coming to finalize the issue of appointment cards today. I've already given him a clue. We'll be meeting with our fleet guy this morning so we get directions since the cars have increased and finalize." So what this is straddling is...
I noticed that these are not being flighted.
Up at the top is the mock-up of the business card, and then the message from Commissioner Mkonazi. "Good morning, Mike. Kindly prepare. Twabe will be coming to finalize the issue of appointment cards today. I've already given him a clue, and we'll be meeting with our fleet guy this morning so we get directions since the cars have increased and finalized." And there are several issues here. The one is that to arrange blue lights, the vehicles have to be put onto the EMPD fleet. So Commissioner Mkonazi seems to be saying, "I'm meeting our fleet guy this morning, so we get the directions since the cars have increased and finalized." In other words, there are now more cars that need to be put onto the fleet, and once we finalize that, it will be possible to get blue lights authorized. But separately from that, there is an issue of wanting official appointment cards as officers with some sort of authority, some sort of policing authority. And the message from Commissioner Mkonazi is to say, "Twabe will be coming to finalize the issue of appointment cards today. I've given him a clue." Mr. Van Wyk responds to that message, "What must I tell him so that we are on the same page?" And the response of Commissioner Mkonazi is interesting. He says, "Yes, the appointment shouldn't specify the demarcation, and we need it as soon as yesterday. I'll also call and remind him again after 8:30 on the issue of adding members to appointment cards." So what Commissioner Mkonazi is saying is these cards that will be issued to you, that will qualify you to have some, or that will represent you as having some policing authority, shouldn't specify the demarcation. In other words, they shouldn't say EMPD. They should just say something about your status. They need it as soon as yesterday, so it's urgent. And the issue of adding members to appointment cards, you need to speak to him about what happens when you need new people to get cards. And Mr. Van Wyk says, "Cool." Now we get to something which, in our view, looks like a bribe that is paid by Mr. Van Wyk to Commissioner Mkonazi in respect of these appointment cards and the authorization of blue lights. And if we go to the foot of page 600, top of 601, Mr. Van Wyk sends 2 messages on the 6th of December to Commissioner Mkonazi. The first says, the amount we spoke about is APPT, and then he says approved. So the amount we spoke about is approved. Now, in context, we believe that what's being talked about there is an amount of money. But we accept we may be wrong, and Mr. Van Wyk is always able to correct us if we are wrong. There is then an interlude in the chat when Commissioner Mkonazi sends a series of photographs about a competitor to Medicare 24 that appears to be transporting live ostriches in an ambulance. Sorry. Mr. Van Wyk, at the foot of 603, gives his response. And if we go down...
Sorry, Mr. Shaskalson. I waited a little bit and I thought there would be more clarity on what you believe is a bribe. Can you clarify?
No, we're going to get to
we're
that.
Going to go
we're
get there.
We're certainly going to get
all
to
right,
that.
All right.
So at the foot of 603, and it's quite a long sequence, which is why I had to start there, but it runs through all the way to 13 December. So 9 December at the foot of 603. There is a voice note sent by Mr. Van Wyk at 1300 hours.
And whilst you are looking, I think these are emus, not ostriches.
I don't claim any zoological expertise, Chair.
Yes. Do we know what's going on? Is there any answers maybe on that other story? Yes. Do we know what's going on? Is there any answers maybe on that other story?
So Mr. Van Wyk is asking Commissioner Mkonazi, are there any answers on that other story? His response is, on top of 604, good afternoon, my brother. I'm finishing this project this afternoon, but I pushed. We'll brief. It's been a busy week. Cool, thanks, says Mr. Van Wyk. Just have hectic pressure on me. And then things come to a head on the 13th of December. At page 604, well, even before we get to 604, to 13 December, if we look at 10 December 747, Mr. Mkonazi forwards to Commissioner Mkonazi forwards to Mr. Van Wyk a message saying, good morning, madam. Yes, but how far are we? I spoke to Mike. We are under pressure, all of us. So clearly there is something urgent awaiting that they both need to do or to get done. And then on the 13th of December, Mr. Van Wyk sends this voice message to Commissioner Mkhwanazi at 9:45.
Hey Julius, morning. I hope you had a good weekend. I'll see if I'm going to have a good week, all depending on what you're going to answer me. Where are we standing, my friend? I need to know, please, please, please. I mean, you want to do Christmas shopping. I need to make sure my boss is not in jail for blue lights. So can you please, please just see what we can do?
So Mr. Van Wyk is saying, I need to know where we stand. You need to do Christmas shopping. And we're going to suggest that what that is saying is you need to get money to do Christmas shopping. I need to know that my boss is not going to be arrested for blue lights. In other words, I need blue lights to be authorized. What then happens is at 15 minutes, 20 minutes later, at message time 4 minutes past 10, he sends a follow-up voice note.
Julius, just please answer your video call. I want to show you something.
So he's asking Commissioner Mkhwanazi to pick up a video call because he wants to show something to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. The response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi is to send him a pin and to say on the following page at 6:05, "Hi Mike, I'm at the Arrive Alive podium, I will call you now." In other words, I can't take a video call now, I'm at the Arrive Alive podium. Mr. Van Wyk says, okay. And then on page 606, he says, can I send you something, but you need to delete after? And Commissioner Mkhwanazi says, sure. And then he sends him a video that we've seen already, which is the video at 10:51.
Hey Julius, I hope you have a warm day like we have here. You know, it's warm. This fan of mine. Hey Julius, I hope you have a warm day like we have here. You know, it's warm. This fan of mine's not working so lekker. I don't know if it's because it's hard. I'm not sure what it's doing. Anyway, I have another one here. Let's put this one here and try this one. Oh, it's also hard. I'm going to spend this fucking money now. Please tell me where we're going. Have a lucky day.
The response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi to that video is at the foot of 607, going over to 608, 13 December, he says, we'll push tomorrow, well motivated. And how we understand those messages is he will push to get the blue lights sorted out tomorrow, and Mr. Van Wyk has motivated his case very well with the video.
It could be casino winnings, Mr. Chaskels. That money could be casino winnings.
It could indeed.
It's in rubber bands.
It could indeed. But if it was casino winnings, we suggest it was being offered as something which Commissioner Mkhwanazi could use for his Christmas shopping. The process then continues, and at 6:09, On the 15th of December, Mr. van Wyk sends a photograph of what is actually the CAT security address. He follows that up at 60910 with a pin to that address, and he explains at the foot of 610 that it's floor 8 CAT security. And he says 7 a.m. Mr. Mkonazi confirms, Commissioner Mkonazi confirms, and we're talking at this stage about processes to finalize two separate issues. The one is the organization of the vehicles so that they will appear on the EMPD fleet and be able to use blue lights. And the second is these appointment cards that will give the appearance that the holders have some sort of policing power. There is an issue in relation to the appointment cards which relates to criminal records, because the process of issuing cards to law enforcement authorities involves some sort of criminal record check. And we see that manifesting at the foot of page 610 and 611. They've just confirmed the meeting at CAT Securities offices. And then at the top of 611, Mr. van Wyk says, who is the, and it should read to with the records. Commissioner Mkonazi responds, I'm lost. Mr. van Wyk says, who is the criminal records? And then he sends a voice note to amplify. And if we can play that voice note. 667. Sorry, I've jumped. I've jumped ahead of myself there. Mr. van Wyk responds to the query about criminal records and says, Trinity spoke about two people, the tough guy and the black one guy. Let me confirm with her in the morning, Mike. He says, please, I'll appreciate it. And then he sends the voice note.
Just maybe can't just ask her quickly who it is. I know Vissy sorted these problems out, but we might need to look at how we're going to pass that or go around that one. And then the white people, I just can't put my, who can that be? Because I've checked all the guys and the criminal checks on them as well. Just maybe can't just ask her quickly who it is. I know Vissy sorted these problems out, but we might need to look at how we're going to.
So if we just go slowly through it, he says, can you ask her to check who it is? Because two people who are earmarked for cards have been flagged with criminal records. He says, I know that Vusi sorted out his problem. And Vusi is a reference to Mr. Matlala. And we're inferring that the problem that Mr. Matlala had was that he had been convicted of housebreaking and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment in 2001. Which meant that he should have a criminal record, and that if he sorted out that problem, it was sorted out illegally, because if you are sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine, you cannot have your record expunged. But he then asks to identify who the other, he's assuming it's not Mr. Matlala, it's two other people, and he's asking for Mr. van Wyk to get them identified.
Pass that or go around that one. And then the white people, I just can't put my, who can that be? Because I've checked all the guys and the criminal checks on them as well.
So he doesn't know who it could be who has come up with a criminal record. What then happens is on the 16th of December, at page 612 is Commissioner Mkonazi sends Mr. van Wyk a letter which is going to confirm the existence of some sort of joint venture arrangement with between Medicare 24 and Anubis with EMPD. And the letter appears at page 612, and it's dated 16 October, seems to be backdated, and it says, this letter serves to confirm that the EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkonazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship with Medicare 24 Pty Limited and Anubis to assist EMPD officers in any security and medical emergency services, including the COVID-19 pandemic in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni. These are the following vehicles that we work with, and there are 3 vehicles that are listed there, and these will be vehicles which in due course are fitted with blue lights. And their registration numbers are given, but it's not just their registration numbers, they are register numbers, which are numbers on the EMPD fleet register, are also put there. Mr. van Wyk responds to that message on 613, and he says, please keep the rest the same as it's right with Medicare 24. And just to Commissioner Kumalo's point earlier, Medicare 24 without Tshwane district is right, according to Mr. van Wyk on this letter. Please just change and add the following for Anubis. Anubis Protection Services, so he wants the proper name of Anubis to be there. And then he says VIP Protection and Security, and as he'll explain in his next message, he wants the letter to say that we don't just provide medical services, the partnership extends to VIP Protection and Security Services too. Commissioner Mkonazi responds, Anubis is added here, please, unless we want it separate. And then Mr. van Wyk spells out what he wants. He says, this is what it must say. This letter serves to confirm that the EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkonazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship and memorandum of understanding with Medicare 24 Pty Limited and Anubis Protection Services to assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection, security, and medical emergency services, including the COVID-19 pandemic in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni. So he wants this letter to reflect the new, I forget what they called it, specialized service that was being planned. Commissioner Mkonazi responds, fully agree, my brother, content is super. And then on the 16th, he says, everyone currently has appointments, says Mr. van Wyk, and he says there's no training needed at this point of time. Lower down on the 16th at 12:13, he says, appreciate if you can make those changes and send through. There are 2 different conversations that are being spliced through. So there's still a concern about 2 guys, and presumably that's going to be the 2 guys with police records. Mr. van Wyk responds to that at the top of 614. He says, not needed at this point of time as they don't drive vehicles. So we don't need appointment cards for those 2. They're not going to be driving vehicles, and everything seems to be in order. At the foot of page 615, still on the 16th of December, going over to 616. Sorry, before we before we get to the foot of page 615, what we see on the main body of 615 is that Mr. Van Wyk sends through a SAPS clearance certificate certifying that Mr. Madlanga has no criminal convictions. Now, this document, it seems to us, could not lawfully have been issued because he did have a criminal conviction for housebreaking in 2001, and that was not a conviction that was capable of being expunged.
But the document itself is authentic.
That we haven't checked. We can consult.
Because if it's authentic, the issue you raised does, if it's not authentic, the issue you raised does not arise. So if it's a fraudulent document produced by Mr. Van Wyk and Ms. Madlanga, and SABC has nothing to do with it, then the issue of whether it could be lawfully issued or not falls away.
I take your point, and we will follow that up. We have the identity of the person who purports to have signed it. Immediately below that certificate, Commissioner Mkonazi says, "I will send the correct document when I'm home." And that's a reference back to the corrected letter, which will now have the proper name of Anubis Protection Services and will extend the description of the work that is done together with the MPD to include security services and VIP protection. Then, on the 17th of December, at message time 4:57, Commissioner Mkonazi says, "I'm still waiting for a response from the National Commissioner. I think he's on holiday. He usually responds fast like you." And it seems that there was some permission that was sought from the National Commissioner. But at 6:24 on the 17th of December, he says, "I'm sending." Mr. Van Wyk says, "Thanks, I'll check," and he sends his email. And then at message time 6:55 on page 617, Mr. Van Wyk sends a voice note.
Hi, Julius, I received your email, but it's not signed. Can we just make sure it's signed, please? I can't use that letter if it's not signed.
So he's complaining that the letter that has come through is unsigned. He needs a signed letter. It's presumably the letter in the reframed terms that will describe Anubis correctly and refer to the expanded services. Commissioner Mkonazi responds by a voice note at 7:04.
Don't worry, when I'm coming to you, I'll sign it. I will sign it from you. I'm aware. Thank you, my brother.
And he says, I'll come and sign it in person at your place. And then at 7:37, Mr. Van Wyk sends a voice note back saying, essentially saying, "Can you send the similar letter for Mr. Madlanga so that you sign both when you come to me?" But we'll play that voice note.
Triple B, don't you want to... sorry, Julius. Don't you want to send me Vushi's letter as well, so I can print it as well, and you can sign that, and I'll see you now.
So he's asking for the letter for Mr. Madlanga's entities to be produced at the same time, and then both will be signed together. Going down to page 621 at the top of the page, Commissioner Mkhwanazi sends a message. Good day, my brother. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we're making appointment cards. Please be at Kempton Park. So these cards that will describe the holders as exercising some police powers are now finally going to be produced. It seems that notwithstanding that promise, the cards weren't produced on the 20th of December, and because of delays due to the time of year, the process gets picked up again in January. So at 6:31, on the 14th of January at message time 6:17, Commissioner Mkhwanazi messages, "Hi, my brother. I'm available at any time. The card guy is waiting for our call. Let's make it Monday." Chair, I see we've reached 1 o'clock. My guess is that this total process won't take more than another hour. I don't know how you would like us to proceed, whether we should take a break now or...
Let's take the lunch break now and come back at 2. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, Mr. Schakelson.
Chair, we'd reached page 631, and we were on 14 January, where there was a message saying from Commissioner Mkhwanazi, "Hi, my brother, I'm available at any time. The card guy is waiting for our call. Let's make Monday." Then a series of exchanges which we will the immediate response, which is on the 19th of January, is a voice note which we'll play now. It's 5782.
Hi, Julius, Mike here. Can we please see if we can confirm tomorrow morning quickly, just for the appointment cards early, please? I'll appreciate it.
So Mr. Van Wyk is asking for confirmation of the meeting tomorrow for the appointment cards. If we then go down to page 639, at the top of 639, it's now the 25th of January, and cards have been issued, and Mr. Van Wyk is now going to ask for confirmation that they've been loaded onto the law enforcement system. That's the voice note at 096. Sorry, the voice note at 6 a.m. Turns out we don't have this voice note available, but the response from Commissioner Mkhwanazi speaks to it anyway. He responds to that voice note: "Hi, Mike, you're loaded on a system. You're just not in as employees, but are finalizing today with the national chief for other national objectives." So the message is you're loaded on a system, and we are finalizing the details today with the national chief. If we go all the way down to 14 February, this process finally seems to, or almost finish it.
Sorry, is the national chief the national commissioner?
I would think it would be the national commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Certainly earlier in the conversations, there's a reference to speaking to the national commissioner, who usually responds quickly, says Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Then at the foot of 644, we see on the 14th of February a screenshot sent by Commissioner Mkhwanazi of his chats with an employee, Olani Mkhwanazi. And if we go down, and this screenshot is being sent to Mr. Van Wyk, and Commissioner Mkhwanazi is saying, "Bafo, can Mike collect the cards tomorrow? Eta, we're willing to fetch it even this afternoon." The response comes back: "Sorry for late response, Bafo, anytime, Bafo. Let's make tomorrow at 10 a.m. And underneath that, "Good afternoon, Mike. Let's make tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And we infer from that that at 10 a.m. on the 15th of February, these cards were finally collected by Mr. Van Wyk. There is one last detail in relation to the cards, which is on the 1st of March. We see at page 666. There is a voice note sent by Mr. Van Wyk at 0702, which is actually 9:02 in the morning. If we can play that.
Morning, Julius. Hope you had a good evening. Just want to check what's happening with the national appointments as well. What's going on there, that side? Do we need to do this first before that happens? Where are we doing that?
And so on the 1st of March, Mr. Van Wyk was still concerned about national appointments. The response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi in the next message at 7:22 message time on the 1st of March is, "Good morning, Mike. I was speaking with Kwabe yesterday. We are meeting this week." And we don't pick up anything further in the chats relating to these appointments. But what the chats do show in our submission is a process stretching over several months, in terms of which Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Matlala were able to acquire some form of appointment that would reflect their status as having certain law enforcement, some kind of law enforcement status, and with that, blue lights for their vehicles. And that to get to that process, there appears to have been a fairly substantial cash bribe, at least offered to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. There is more in the chats that we will come back to between Commissioner Mkhwanazi and Mr. Van Wyk. But before we leave the topic of these appointments and the blue lights and the vehicles, I want to take us to certain chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk that appear to be irrelevant in that regard. And for this, I need to go back to file 1. And if we can go to page 239 of file 1. And the context for the chats that I'm going to take the Commission to now is twofold. The first is the context that we've just been looking at, that there has been a process by which Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk have acquired a status which has enabled them to have blue lights fitted to some of their vehicles. The second is that by March 2025, where we pick up this process, both Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk appear to be in financial difficulties. And that in part has to do with problems which we've seen elsewhere in securing payment on the SABC contract. Now, on page 239, there is a chat that is sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Van Wyk on the 6th of March at 1950. And Mr. Matlala sends a chat saying, Ntokozo Motsumi, 7 Viscount Road, Bedford View, 2008, Vaswimi Security and Protection. And the background to that chat is a chat between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Stephen Motsumi that starts, sorry, just to get the chronology again, those messages get sent to Mr. Van Wyk at 1950 on the 6th of the 3rd. If we go to page 867, at the foot of 867, you see there are a series of calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Motsumi, and at the end of that, at 1924 on the 6th of March, Mr. Matlala says, please send me the address and the name of the person in charge of your company. My CEO needs to prepare the letter first thing in the morning. Over the page, Mr. Motsumi says, oh, sorry, let me do it now. And then he gives the name of Ntokozo Motsumi, 7 Viscount Road, Bedford View, 2008. And that is the message that is then forwarded to Mr. Van Wyk at 1950 on page 239. Now, the significance of that message emerges a little later, and if we go to page 244, we see that on the 7th, that's the following day at 1354, Mr. Matlala messages Mr. Van Wyk saying, you forgot the old man's letter. There are then a series of calls, and at the foot of page 244, going over to 245, Mr. Van Wyk forwards a document which has the file name 0703-2025 MVW EMS vehicles. That document that is forwarded appears at page 854. And what that letter says is it's a to whom it may concern letter. It's from Mr. Van Wyk, and it says, with this letter, I, Mike Van Wyk, in my position as CEO of Medicare 24 Tshwane District, Pty Limited, advise that Ntokozo Motsumi from the below organization has our permission and mandate to register and operate all our emergency response vehicles throughout South Africa, and the company and address of Mr. Ntokozo Motsumi is given as Vaswimi Security and Protection. Should you have any questions with regard to this mandate, please feel free to contact us. Now, what this letter is doing is essentially making the fleet of Medicare 24 Tshwane district available to Bazwimi Security and Protection for use. We need to find out from Mr. Van Wyk if that fleet is the fleet with blue lights on it, because one of the attractions of that fleet to anyone involved in security would appear to be the fact that, well, may well be the fact that it has blue lights. The broader context for why Medicare 24 is giving access to its vehicles to Mr. Motsumi's company appears again in the chats. And there we see that on page 444, which is file 2.
Mr. Chaskalson, before we go there, you see this letter is the reason why earlier this morning I was confused, because everything that Ms. Van Wyk was doing with Mkhwanazi, with Commissioner Mkhwanazi in relation to the issue of vehicles, it wasn't clear to me whether it was for holdings or for Tshwane, 24 Tshwane P2 Ltd. Now looking at this letter, I'm even more confused.
No, I take your point. I think, I mean, this is a question on which we will seek clarity from Mr. Van Wyk. But part of the answer may well lie in the chronology, because the negotiations at the beginning were taking place in 2001, 2002. What's happening now is 2005, 3 years later. And the arrangements in relation to the franchise agreement may well have evolved over those 3 years, but the short answer is I cannot answer that question to you. The earlier negotiations were definitely in two parts. There were certain letters that were going to be signed for Mr. Van Wyk and his entities. Anubis, for instance, has nothing to do with Mr. Matlala, to the best of our knowledge. There were others for Mr. Matlala. What has happened by the time we get to 2025, we're not sure. But what does happen in April 2025, is that a loan agreement is concluded between Mr. Motsumi and Medicare 24. That document is sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Van Wyk on the 23rd of April, 1624, and we see that at page 444.
According to this, it's Tshwane, Medicare Tshwane.
Indeed. No, this is definitely Medicare Tshwane, because this is the company that is engaged in the SABC contract and is in financial difficulties. Yes. The earlier issue is whether that company has access to blue lights or not in 2025. That loan agreement in draft form appears at page 850. And the terms of that loan are that Mr. Motsumi is going to advance 20 million rands to Medicare 24 Tshwane on or before 27 April 2025. And the repayments we see in paragraph 3.1 are going to be in monthly installments paid to the lender via electronic banking transfers calculated at 20% of the monthly net profit of Medicare 24 Tshwane district. The lender shall be entitled to such repayments until July 2027, alternatively until such time as the lender has received the sum of 100 million rands in profit, whichever comes first. So this is a variation on the agreement that Mr. Karim told us he had with Medicare, where the terms of repayment are structured in accordance with the financial well-being of Medicare 24. So it's somewhere between a loan and an equity investment in the company. If we see what happens further in relation to that draft, if we go to 873, we see that draft is forwarded to Mr. Motsumi at 1924 on the same day as it was forwarded to Mr. Van Wyk. So it was forwarded at 1624 to Mr. Van Wyk. Sorry, it wasn't forwarded at 1624 to Mr. Van Wyk. It came from Mr. Van Wyk to Mr. Matlala at 1624. That's page 443. And it's forwarded by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Motsumi at 1924. And later, the same day, on the, sorry, not the same day, on the 25th of April, if we go down to page 874, Mr. Matlala says, I'm sending acknowledgement of debt from chairperson of the board soon. And at 1625, he sends an acknowledgement of debt. And that exchange with Mr. Motsumi is reproduced in a screenshot that Mr. Matlala sends to Mr. Van Wyk at pages 455 and 456. And at the screenshot is sent at same day 1405, where the message, I'm sending acknowledgement of debt from chairperson of the board soon, that was sent at 1404 to Mr. Motsumi, appears at the bottom of the screenshot. Mr. Van Wyk says he is confused. There's then a call, and then the acknowledgement of debt is sent by Mr. Van Wyk, it seems in two drafts, or in two versions, at page 456 at 1523, and then thereafter at page 457 at 1549. That acknowledgement of debt appears at page 847. And it's in the name of Tsakani Matlala, who describes herself as chairman of the board of directors for Medicare 24 Tswani and duly authorized to sign on behalf of the company. And it reflects a debt of 20 million arising out of a business loan from Mr. Motsumi. It reflects the same terms of repayment as we saw in the contract, in the loan agreement, and at the foot of page 849, it is signed by Tsakani Matlala on the 25th of April.
What page number?
849 is the signature.
Okay, my copy doesn't have Tsakani's name and signatures. If I'm at the right page, my 840.
Is it a redacted? Is it a redacted version?
It's a clean copy.
851.
No. Hold on. Yeah, no.
What page? 53. 853, I'm told. I've got incorrect pagination on mine. 853?
853. Acknowledgement of debts, that's at 851. And then 853, okay. Hold on, Mr. Cheskelson.
Chaskalson, there are two documents. One is the memorandum of agreement, and the other one is the acknowledgement of debt.
Yes, I think I have them in my pagination switched around. But the acknowledgement of debt, on the third page of the acknowledgement of debt, is the signature of Tsakani.
I have that at 853.
Then the references that I gave you for the loan agreement are 3 pages out. That sequence ends at at 1523. No. 1620. I'm sorry, I've lost my reference again, but the acknowledgement of debt is sent from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Motsumi at 1625, and that is at the foot of page 874. That document that is sent at 1625 is the signed acknowledgement of debt. And so what we see, and what we would be interested to hear from Mr. van Wyk on, is an arrangement in terms of which Mr. Motsumi in his personal capacity is advancing 20 million rands to Medicare 24 Tshwane district in late April 2025. And that in return, in addition to agreeing to repay the amount out of profit up to an amount of 100 million rands, Medicare 24 is also signing over authority over all of its vehicles to Mr. Motsumi's security company, Vazwemi Security. If we go back then to the chats between Mr.
Are you leaving the issue of the loan?
Of the
loan.
We are leaving the issue of the loan.
I'm also interested to, I don't know if we can link the two. My recollection of Sergeant Nkosi's evidence was that the reason why he shared the internal audit, the SABC internal audit with Mr. Motsumi, was because Mr. Motsumi had lent or advanced funds to Mr. Matlala for the purposes of this contract. So Mr. Motsumi had interest in this contract for that reason. And that's why Sergeant Nkosi needed to share that audit with him. So I'm wondering if this is the same loan or it's unrelated.
In fact, Sergeant Nkosi shares that document before this loan is concluded.
That's right, yeah.
But when we get to the financial flows, Mr. Motsumi is advancing, or Mr. Matlala is repaying Mr. Motsumi before this loan agreement is concluded. So we infer that there is an earlier arrangement in relation to some funds that have been advanced from Mr. Motsumi to Mr. Matlala.
Thank you.
We were taken to this set of chats just because it's certainly our prima facie view that they are linked to the blue lights and the fleet registration of the vehicles. But going back to the chats with Commissioner Mkonazi, there are other issues which we want to draw to the attention of the Commission, and the first relates to a venture which we suspect did not ever materialize, but which was going to be a joint venture in relation to an anti-hijacking unit. And for that, we need to go to page 672. And in fact, if we can start with 671. And at 671, Commissioner Mkonazi forwards to Mr. Van Wyk a post by a company called Makopano, which is a 24/7 armed reaction company, advertising a success that they have achieved in recovering stolen, hijacked stock. And underneath that, Commissioner Mkonazi writes at 0854, they didn't do shit, stood outside talking shit while we counted stock and had to suffocate with burning plastic fumes. Then underneath, he writes, and this is significant, good morning, it's truck hijackings. Security companies are charging 10% of what is being recovered. Please consider it. I will tell on how to deal with the matter. So Commissioner Mkonazi is alerting Mr. Van Wyk to the fact that some security companies are able to receive payouts of 10% on the stock that they recover from hijackings. Lower down, he says, the immediate next message he explains it's from my team, and he says, good morning, my brother. The industry has huge money. I've established a team now that deals with this. And Mr. Van Wyk then says, in a voice note at 8:57, can we do B56? Essentially that he wants to be involved. B56.
So Julius, how can we get involved? How can my team get involved with this? I mean, we can make nice deals here.
So he says, how can we get involved? How can my team get involved here? We can make nice deals here. The response of Mr. Mkonazi is, I will establish a team of brand owners, EMPD and you. That's where we will be getting information about hijacked trucks, robbed stock. Mr. Van Wyk says, cool, so we need to start putting stuff together. And the response of Commissioner Mkonazi, Aish, my brother, we have tools, only need 2 marked vehicles. I know you're registered at 0. So it seems that what is being contemplated here is an arrangement in terms of which Mr. Mkonazi and Mr. Van Wyk will collaborate so that Mr. Van Wyk gets tip-offs from EMPD about where hijacked trucks may be, and then there will be a 10% reward for recovered stock, which presumably is going to be shared. This process continues. If we go to page 695, Mr. Van Wyk sends a voice note at the top of that page on the morning of 18 July. Sorry, it's FN6.
Morning, Julius. Just want to find out if we can meet one at a time in this week so we can finalize and see how we can get involved with the specialized units. So I can speak to Vus as we spoke on Friday so we can get vehicles and stuff. If you can just let me know, and in what vehicles would you suggest we use, so I can tell him as well, please, so we can get this on the move, and then maybe that can help with the uniforms and the badges and everything, and it's going to help Vusi as well. So yeah, I'll appreciate it. Thanks.
So he's talking about badges and uniforms for this specialized unit that they're talking about. And then at page 698, on the 24th of July, a week later.
Oh, a week later. Oh, I was going to say, please always mention the year. Thank you.
2020, we're in 2022 at this stage. And at 698, Mr. Mkonazi sends him a message at message top of the page, message time 5:44. You're added at group, please confirm. This is where hijackings are followed and monitored. So Commissioner Mkonazi has added Mr. Van Wyk to a group which will be monitoring hijackings.
Doing it wrong, Mr. Chaskasin. He's asking, are you added? Not you are added.
Yes. I thank you for that correction. And in fact, the other chats bear it out. Are you added at group? Please confirm. This is where hijackings are followed and monitored. So he's seeking for confirmation. If we go down to message time 5:48 on the same page, still 24 July, Commissioner Mkonazi again asks for confirmation. He says, please confirm the group addition. So he wants Mr. Van Wyk to confirm that he has received this invitation to a group that monitors hijackings. And Mr. Van Wyk hasn't. We see that over the page at message time 0604, where he says haven't received the group. And the response of Commissioner Mkonazi is then to send a message to the group asking for Mr. Van Wyk to be joined. And we see that in the screenshot on page 702, which is a screenshot taken by Commissioner Mkonazi, and it reflects a message where he says, good morning, this is Brigadier Mkonazi EMPD, kindly add Mike to the groups. And he gives Mr. Van Wyk's contact details to be added to the group. We don't see anything more in the chats in relation to this group, but the plan seems to have been for a joint venture between Mr. Van Wyk's entities and either the EMPD or Mr. Mkonazi in a personal capacity, so Mr. Van Wyk's entities would get advance notice of where hijacked cargoes were and would be best placed to recover stolen cargoes and get the rewards. There is another issue in which the sort of blurring between Mr. Van Wyk's private enterprises and the EMPD is worth flagging. And for that, we need to go to page 685. And here what Mr. Van Wyk will ask for is a letter on an EMPD letterhead saying that his companies are in a joint venture with EMPD, and he needs it because he wants to, or he not wants to, he has purchased weapons of a nature that he can't get licensed without a letter of that nature. And so if we play that voice note at 30 May 2022 at 09:24. We're struggling with that. Give me a stick and I'll put it on.
Hi, Julius, brother. Hope you had a lucky weekend and a good one. I'm just waiting for, what's her name? Jasmine, just to come see me. She made an appointment, so when she's here, I'll tell you what's going on, and then we're going to start with training, so I just want to know where we're standing. But I need urgently a letter from you, please, on the EMPD letterhead. I bought more firearms for the company. They just state that we are involved with you guys, busy with a JV, and that we assist you with special operations, so I can just get the other firearm licenses quickly with your motivation. I'll really appreciate it if you can, please. Thanks.
So he's specifically asking for a letter saying that they're involved in specialized operations with the EMPD so he can get firearm licenses for firearms he has already bought.
Hi, Julius, brother. Hope you had a lucky weekend and a good one. I'm just waiting for, what's her name? Jasmine, just to come see me. She made an appointment, so when she's here, I'll tell you what's going on, and then we're going to start with training, so I just want to know where we're standing. But I need urgently a letter from you, please, on the EMPD letterhead. I bought more firearms for the company. They just state that we are involved with you guys, busy with a JV, and that we assist you with special operations, so I can just get the other firearm licenses quickly with your motivation. I'll really appreciate it if you can, please. Thanks.
And then he follows that up with more details he wants in the letter. That's the next voice note at the top of page 686.
And if you can just say that we are registered as peace officers or something, I don't know, whatever, so it just makes it better.
And so to enhance the strength of the letter, he wants a reference to the fact that they are registered as peace officers. Now, all of these favors that Commissioner Mkonazi is being asked to provide, and in many cases is providing to Mr. Matlala and to Mr. Van Wyk, we submit look like favors for which gratifications are paid. And we've already referred to the video with the 100 rands bundle being used as a fan. But if we look at the bank statements of Commissioner Mkonazi, we see several other payments. And the first one is on page 803. And the statements we're looking at here are a current account of Commissioner Mkonazi. At 803 on the 5th of May, there is a payment of 20,000 rands which comes with a reference Matlala. That amount was paid from the accounts of CAT VIP, CAT Protection and Security, and we see that at page 821. And you'll see that on 5 May there is a 20,000 rands payment with the same reference, Matlala. Then on the 10th of December 2022, we see on page 805 that there is another 30,000 rand payment into the account of Commissioner Mkonazi with the reference Matlala. It's page 805 and 10 December 2022. And that 30,000 rands payment comes from a different company of Mr. Matlala, Black AK Trading, that we have seen in another context. I think that was the company that paid amounts to Brigadier Macheng. And at page 828, we see that 30,000 rand payment on 10 December, also with the reference Matlala. Then there is a payment which seems to be linked to a conversation between Commissioner Mkonazi and Mr. Van Wyk. Because if we go to page 686, we see that on the 17th of June 2022, at message time 0536, Mr. Mkonazi, Commissioner Mkonazi messages Mr. Van Wyk saying, "Good morning, Mike. Poverty is dealing with me. I'm home." And after Commissioner Mkonazi complains about his poverty to Mr. Van Wyk on the 17th of June, on the 18th of June, a 20,000 rand payment is made into his account with the reference Matlala, and that's at page 804. And that payment that payment comes out of the Medicare Tswani bank account, and the statement reference there is page 826. And 18th of June, there's a 20,000 rand payment with the reference Matlala. There are in fact two 20,000 rand payments on that day, but the one of them has the reference Matlala that we see on the corresponding reference in Commissioner Mkonazi's accounts. Chair, those were the issues that we wanted to highlight in these chats and documents. We accept that a lot of what we are doing here is reasoning by inference from documents, and that our inferences may have been mistakenly drawn, but we submit that they're most likely inferences. If we've got anything wrong, we would invite Mr. Van Wyk to respond on affidavit in terms of the postponement, the agreement embodied in the postponement application ruling. And if we accept his responses on affidavit, there'll be no need for him to come back. But if we want to interrogate any of them, we will ask for him to be accommodated at some stage in our calendar going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskelson.
I think on inferences to be drawn, and I'm thinking about the earlier, where we started with these WhatsApp messages, including the ones disputed by Mr. Van Wyk, and the one that jumps up is the one where he says that's a casino bag, obviously that's money. Is the idea that with each set of WhatsApp messages, for example, the money messages, you say this is the inference that we are going to draw, or if you don't speak to it, for example, the casino bag, what he says is a casino bag, what will you be asking the commission to make of that, of inferences to draw, or is it a case of, if you haven't spoken to it now at the end of your presentation, if you do not flag a particular set or transaction that's on WhatsApp, and you don't indicate what inferences you're going to ask to be drawn from that, that Ms. du Plessis can accept that there is no issue there. There is nothing for Mr. Van Wyk to answer to. I raise this in anticipation that when we do eventually deliberate, we will have to deal with what in fact was put up, even in his absence, for him to compel him to feel he's compelled to come and answer. I'm trying to address that question, that risk.
Well, can I suggest a way forward that within the next 48 hours, we draw up a comprehensive list of inferences after we've seen the transcript and have identified what we've already put in issue in the transcript. We will draw up a comprehensive list of inferences that we will be asking the Commission to draw from these chats in the absence of Mr. Van Wyk, and that we provide that to Ms. du Plessis, and that she and Mr. Van Wyk can consider that in deciding whether or not to respond on affidavit, and what to address in response on affidavit. Can I ask for 3 days to do it by close of business Thursday?
That's in order, Mr. Shaskelson.
Second question, it's something that you didn't touch on, and I ask because on the face of it, it looks like something that would fall or would be covered by the terms of reference on the face of it. Sorry, I had flagged it. I think there's 2 or 3 exchanges that speaks to an MMC, contacts with MMC, and somewhere a name is given of a PA of an MMC. The question is that something that you have looked at, or that is going to be looked at? Or have you formed a view about what it might be?
It's something that we would certainly have canvassed with Mr. Van Wyk. What appears from the chats is that there was an attempt by Mr. Van Wyk and Mr. Mkwanazi to get the MEC for safety and security, or municipal policing, whatever the description was, on board with this idea of a specialized unit that could work alongside EMPD, but that never materialized. We certainly, from the chats themselves, we can't draw any inferences in relation to that MEC. In fact, from the chats themselves, it seems that the MEC was not interested.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
MMC, not MEC.
Do you wish to say anything, Mr. President?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Now, I've listened carefully to the proceedings, made notes, and the list of inferences would just make it a lot easier to respond comprehensively, to do so together with the transcriptions and voice notes, which I have canvassed with my colleagues, to do so on or before the 6th of July.
Thank you, thank you. Nothing else on the table for today?
Not for today.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Looking for news that move with you? Register for free on the SABC Plus app to stay ahead with reliable news and the latest updates. Start with the news page, your front row to the latest news. Catch all the news on the SABC News channel and SABC Lihaye. In a fast-paced world, you shouldn't have to chase the news. With the SABC Plus app, everything you need is at your fingertips. Catch up anytime with our video on demand on current affairs, exclusive news, and special coverage and live events. Stay ahead. Stay informed with our pop-up channels for the latest news. Download the SABC Plus app on Google Play or Apple Store. SABC News, independent, impartial.
When the moment comes, it finds all of us. The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here, and SABC is your home for every moment that brings us together. Don't miss a second. Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 matches live on SABC3, stream on SABC Plus, and stay connected on SABC radio stations nationwide. SABC, the official broadcaster of FIFA World Cup 2026.